creating a strong and a meaningful academia partnership. This unique aspect, close integration offers our students valuable opportunities to engage with real world industry needs, learn from
गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि। गणनायक प्लीज यार guys. गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणादित्याय गुणाधीक्षाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि। Okay, one more. Okay, sir. Count. Yeah, you start.
That respect is obviously there, but then you feel more friendly to approach them. You can ask them anything, and they're also willing to share things. It's not like school. It's not that very ma'am, sir, teacher, student relationship.
When you address them by their name, it doesn't seem like he's set apart. He's just a mentor that's there. He's just guiding us. He's with us along the journey, which is a nice thing, you know.
Here, you can go with the most stupidest thing to them and be like, I don't know, please tell. That kind of helps a lot than faculty standing there like, it doesn't fit in right with them. You don't feel that connect with them. And when you don't feel a connect with the faculty, you don't really feel the connect with the subject you're doing as well.
The culture of having visiting faculties has been there since the very beginning of DJAD. We get students to work on a lot of their own skills and their own personal projects.
It's a lot about interaction with students. So teaching, the word really doesn't apply so much. Design is not about giving lectures. It's about interacting. You could even go to the container cafe and talk about something else. And that too will feed into the pedagogy.
If you live and breathe creativity, and if you have system thinking and problem solving capabilities, you will feel right at home in this career path.
என்னுடைய பேர் ஐயப்பன். உணவகத்துடைய பேர் வந்து அழகர் சுவாமி விலாஸ். டிஜே அகாடமி நியரஸ்ட்ல இருக்கு. அவங்களுடைய ஃபேவரட் நேம் அலெக். டிஜே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்னால தான் நம்ம growth ஆனோம். ஆனா பண்ண கட் பண்ணி உள்ள ஆம்லெட் வைக்கலாம், கலக்கி வைக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்ணதே டிசைன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான். ஒரு போட்டின்னு வந்து விட்டா சிங்கம். உண்மையே சொல்வேன், நல்லதே செய்வேன். வெற்றி மேல் வெற்றி வரும். ஆடுவோம், பாடுவோம், கொண்டாடுவோம், ஆனந்தம் காணுவோம் என்னாலுமே. ஆடுவோம், பாடுவோம், கொண்டாடுவோம், ஆனந்தம் காணுவோம் என்னாலுமே. டிஜே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு நல்ல ஃப்ரெண்டோட பிரதரா இருக்கிறேன்.
If parents did encourage children to break their toys and then try to put it back together again rather than scold them for it, probably we would have better designers.
Design is not something you can read and pursue, but hands-on is very important. I think this is one of the only disciplines in colleges, it's not just the marks matters, it's the portfolio which matters.
It's very much experiential course in the sense you have to experience the whole thing rather than somebody dictating to you and you just absorbing it. Students are encouraged to think on their own and find solutions to the problems that are put across to them.
The visiting faculties from industry, what we bring is not just the concepts, we also bring our shared experiences, will definitely add value to their learning outcomes.
Hi, I'm Arun Kumar, founder of Leeway Design. With over a decade experience in the industrial design, I have won multiple awards including Red Dot, and I recently had a wonderful experience mentoring DJ Academy students here in Coimbatore. They have an amazing campus, and it is a wood workshop in which they have an amazing workshop facility which is truly world class. As a designer, I always believe that the real design comes alive only when the ideas are built and tested and put it in front for the real user. Design must work in the real world and create meaningful impact. Mentoring these students are exactly like enriching these experiences by giving back to the community and the growing industrial and Indian designers and sending out to the globe was an amazing experience working here at DJIDX. DJID has a very amazing campus with luscious green everywhere. As a designer coming back and teaching these students, I myself get to learn so much new perspective about design and new techniques and what they have learned. So it was a very amazing experience working with them, and they are super talented and very happy.
Design in India has a strong reflection on the very diverse culture. I think there is a richness in ideas and solutions that was really refreshing to me. Coming to the DJ Academy was a very pleasant surprise. Getting to know the faculty, learning about their perspectives showed me that we have a lot in common. So we see similar problems and opportunities. We have very similar approaches. And I think the International Week is a wonderful opportunity to kind of mix these different philosophies. So working with students that will study at the DJ Academy will find an education that prepares them for the challenges of tomorrow's market. They also will have a playground of prototyping facilities to make their ideas reality.
Isola Kot. I come from Warsaw, Poland. I teach typography at the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw, Faculty of Graphic Arts. I am here also for typographic reasons. I mean, I'm giving workshop related to typography and space, which is this relationship is my main area of interest. I try to work as much as I can on the research research that are connecting these two areas. So that is my passion. Two things like space and typography works for me as a place, as a playground. So I try to experiment as much. I try to make as much as possible, like giving into the deepness of these two areas. What I'm doing here is to give this experience to students, to make them think about typography in a different way, make them feel just cross a little bit the border or stretch the borders of typographic research, and make them feel that typography is not only an area where you can express or process the information, but also express emotions.
So hi, I am Tarish and I am a freelance type designer based in Mumbai, and I have come to DJ Academy to teach a type design workshop for second years and third years. And I really like it here. As you can see, the campus is very green and I feel like it facilitates a lot of thinking, introspection and learning. And the students are quite eager and they are quite inquisitive as well. Type design is sort of one of those things that once the veil is lifted, You can't go back to seeing things the same way. Output that they have produced is quite remarkable actually in the short 9 days that we have been and I hope you all like it as well. Thank you.
Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Hello.
The community here is really tight. Like the people are really close. We have only around 60 people in the entire college.
It's a lot of practical implementation of whatever we learn. There is theory, definitely, but then that theory doesn't just go as theory. There's you further push and then try to implement it, and you yourself get an idea or a vision of how the end product would look.
Seniors, faculty, all of them come, they review, they ask us questions.
Instead of learning, it's more of doing. I get to practice on my skills along with learning.
So that I feel preps us for jury, and I have not heard any of my other friends in other colleges tell me that they have this practice. So that is a big advantage I feel in DJAD.
The greenery is the major thing. I actually joined because I saw the greenery and peacocks, and I was like, I'm coming here. For some people, rather than going to a concrete building and learning, if you have something with so much greenery, it will help a lot.
I've lived with street dogs all my life. So anywhere I looked, there's like, oh, street dog. But when I came here and I saw peacocks all the time, we started calling the peacocks street peacocks.
It seems to me the campus is really nice. The climate is really great. I could see more peacocks than people here. So.
It's a very rare privilege in today's time to have trees, to have birds, to have fresh air. And it definitely impacts the way you think. We don't realize that it's an important part of education.
Design for me is definitely a very fun thing to do. Meaning of design, I still don't know. I don't think I'll figure out anytime soon.
I never knew logos had meaning. Do you know what the SBI logo is? And they were like, it's a coin and keyhole. I see it every day, I never thought about it.
You'd see the world in a new perspective, honestly. This curve right here, no one would actually think about it. But then understanding why that curve, why a window is shaped in a square shape, everything is important in design.
It's very small, like you know the scissors, you can't really redesign it much more because it's as simple as it can get. Just one action and then it does the job.
A paperclip, that'll probably be one of the best examples of design. Very simple innovation, and it hasn't changed in the last 100 years. Just to keep papers together, you just put it in, that's it. Then good design is invisible. Like you don't even realize it because of how intuitive it is.
It feels more easy to approach them than calling them sir or ma'am. That respect is obviously there, but then you feel more friendly to approach them. You can ask them anything, and they're also willing to share things. It's not like school, it's not that very ma'am, sir, teacher, student relationship.
When you address them by their name, it doesn't seem like he's set apart. He's just a mentor that's there, he's just guiding us. He's with us along the journey, which is a nice thing, you know.
Here, you can go with the most stupidest thing to them and be like, I don't know, please tell. That kind of helps a lot than faculty standing there like, it doesn't fit in right. You don't feel that connect with them, and when you don't feel a connect with the faculty, you don't really feel the connect with the subject you're doing as well.
The culture of having visiting faculties has been there since the very beginning of DJAD. We get students to work on a lot of their own skills and their own personal projects.
It's a lot about interaction with students. So teaching, the word really doesn't apply so much. Design is not about giving lectures, it's about interacting. You could even go to the container cafe and talk about something else, and that
டிஜே அகாடமி நியரஸ்ட்ல இருக்கு. அவங்களுடைய ஃபேவரட் நேம் லைக் டிஜே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்னால தான் நம்ம growth ஆனோம். ஆனா பண்ண கட் பண்ணி உள்ள ஆம்லெட் வைக்கலாம், கலக்கி வைக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு இன்ட்ரோ듀ஸ் பண்ணதே டிசைன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான். ஒரு போட்டின்னு வந்து விட்டா சிங்கம் உண்மையே சொல்வேன் நல்லதே செய்வேன் வெற்றி மேல் வெற்றி வரும் ஆடுவோம் பாடுவோம் கொண்டாடுவோம் ஆனந்தம் காணுவோம் என்னாலுமே ஆடுவோம் பாடுவோம் கொண்டாடுவோம் ஆனந்தம் காணுவோம் என்னாலும் டிஜே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு நல்ல ஃப்ரெண்டோட பிரதரா இருக்கிறேன்.
If parents did encourage children to break their toys and then try to put it back together again rather than scold them for it, probably we would have better designers.
Design is not something you can read and pursue, but hands-on is very important. I think this is one of the only disciplines when colleges, it's not just the marks matters, it's the portfolio which matters.
It's very much experiential course in the sense you have to experience the whole thing rather than somebody dictating to you and you just absorbing it. Students are encouraged to think on their own and find solutions to the problems that are put across to them.
The visiting faculties from industry, what we bring is not just the concepts, we also bring our shared experiences, will definitely add value to their learning outcomes.
Hi, I'm Arun Kumar, founder of Leeway Design. With over a decade experience in the industrial design, I have won multiple awards including Red Dot, and I recently had a wonderful experience mentoring DJ Academy students here in Coimbatore. They have an amazing campus, and it is a wood workshop in which they have an amazing workshop facility which is truly world class. As a designer, I always believe that the real design comes alive only when the ideas are built and tested and put it in front for the real user. Design must work in the real world and create meaningful impact. Mentoring these students are exactly like enriching these experiences by giving back to the community and the growing industrial and Indian designers and sending out to the globe was an amazing experience working here at DJIDX. DJID as a very amazing campus with luscious green everywhere. As a designer coming back and teaching these students, I myself get to learn so much new perspective about design and new techniques and what they have learned. So it was a very amazing experience working with them, and they are super talented and very happy.
Design in India has a strong reflection on the very diverse culture. I think there is a richness in ideas and solutions that was really refreshing to me. Coming to the DJ Academy was a very pleasant surprise. Getting to know the faculty, learning about their perspectives showed me that we have a lot in common. So we see similar problems and opportunities. We have very similar approaches. And I think the International Week is a wonderful opportunity to kind of mix these different philosophies. So working with students that will study at the DJ Academy will find an education that prepares them for the challenges of tomorrow's market. They also will have a playground of prototyping facilities to make their ideas reality.
Solakot. I come from Warsaw, Poland. I teach typography at the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw, Faculty of Graphic Arts. I am here also for typographic reasons. I mean, I'm giving workshop related to typography and space, which is this relationship is my main area of interest. I try to work as much as I can on the research between research that are connecting these two areas. So that is my passion. Two things like space and typography works for me as a place, as a playground. So I try to experiment as much. I try to make as much as possible, like giving into the deepness of these two areas. What I'm doing here is to give this experience to students, to make them think about typography in a different way, make them feel just cross a little bit the border or stretch the borders of typographic research, and make them feel that typography is not only an area where you can express or process the information, but also express emotions.
So hi, I am Tarish and I am a freelance type designer based in Mumbai, and I have come to DJ Academy to teach a type design workshop for second years and third years. And I really like it here. As you can see, the campus is very green and I feel like it facilitates a lot of thinking, introspection and learning. And the students are quite eager and they are quite inquisitive as well. Type design is sort of one of those things that once the veil is lifted, you can't go back to seeing things the same way. output that they have produced is quite remarkable actually in the short 9 days that we have been and I hope you all like it as well. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Let's Talk in Kovai and for the DJD logo launch. I am Amrita Anil Nair, and I'll be your master of ceremonies for this evening. I'm currently a third-year design student in DJD, specializing in communication design. Along with our esteemed guest, we have in our audience students of DJD and students from many other colleges who have come as invitees through our collaboration and MOU with Young Indians Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, Coimbatore chapter. On behalf of the student community, I am really excited to welcome you all today and to many more such moments ahead. To begin the evening on an auspicious note, I'd like to invite Mithun, Isha, Devi, and Vaishnavi, students of DJD, to start the program with a prayer.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणादित्याय गुणाधीक्षाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you for that beautiful prayer. May I now request our distinguished guests to please light the ceremonial Kootuvilakku. Dr. Lalita Sanjay Jayavardhanavelu, Trustee, JKD Trust, Ms. Sarita Sundar, Academic Advisor at DJD,
Our chief guest, Mr. Suresh Ariat, Mr. Sanjay Jayawardhanavelu, Chairman and Managing Director of LMW, Mr. Niels Schufelder, Governing Council Member, Mr. Neil Kikani along with Mr. Rahul Kamath, Chair Young Indian, Coimbatore, Chapter 2026, Mr. Vaidyanathan Ramaswamy, Dean at DJD. Thank you to all our trustees, governing council members, and dignitaries for being with us this evening. I now invite Dr. Lalita Devi Sanjay Jayawardhanavelu, Trustee, GKD Trust, to deliver the welcome address.
Members of the Trust, members of the Governing Council, our distinguished chief guest, Mr. Suresh Ariat, representatives from LMW, YI, faculty, members of the media, and dear students, good evening to all of you here today. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to what is truly a historic evening for us. Today, we mark a double milestone. We are not only inaugurating our new talk series, Let's Talk, here in Kovai, but we are also turning a new page in our history by unveiling the new identity of the DJ Academy of Design. I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you present here today. You might ask, why a new identity now? Since its inception, DJAD has been a dynamic institution. We have grown, adapted, and matured. A design school, by its very nature, must be contemporary. It must speak the language of the present and the future. We felt it was time for our external identity to reflect our internal evolution. This new look is not merely a cosmetic change. It symbolizes our renewed energy and our commitment to staying relevant in a rapidly changing world. It represents a DJAD that is agile, modern, and ready to take on a challenge of the next decade, while remaining firmly rooted in the values of the GKD Charity Trust instilled in us. This evolution is necessary because the importance of design education is growing globally. As India strides towards becoming a dominant global player, we need institutions that don't just teach design, but embody it. Our founding vision was to bring the best of design education to India, and our new identity is a pledge to continue that mission with even greater vigor. I would like to reserve a special word of thanks to our distinguished chief guest here today, Mr. Suresh Ariath, whose journey from a small village in Kerala to the global stage is the kind of story that dreams are made of. By being here today, you are not just sharing your work with us, you are validating the dream of every student present here today. We are deeply grateful that you accepted our invitation to inaugurate this talk series and participate in our new identity launch. Thank you for inspiring us to tell our own stories to the world. I must also take a moment to express our sincere gratitude and thanks to the YI chapter of Coimbatore, who have supported us in the inaugural edition of the Let's Talk Kovai series. We truly value this association and look forward to many more such collaborative initiatives that will benefit the student community here. In closing, I express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you present here today. Your presence adds immense value to this celebration as we step into a new chapter. It is heartening to see such a gathering of industry leaders, creative minds, academicians, students, and well-wishers under one roof. I invite you all to enjoy the evening and relax. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lalitha Devi, for those warm and encouraging words. I now invite Mr. Sanjay Jayawardena-Velu, Chairman, LMW, to share his vision for DJAD with us.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Again, very happy that we are able to meet today in this august presence to kickstart what is called the Let's Talk Kovai series, and very happy to have Mr. Suresh with us, as was mentioned by Lalitha. The gathering of the academia and industry is something which is a very, very powerful tool which has been used to transfer knowledge, to share ideas, and also create innovation in communities. And I'm glad that we have an event like that happening here in Coimbatore today. The purpose of the Academy was solely created to instill design amongst our students, student community, and be a part and accelerate this whole Make in India movement. As you know, the country is a large economy in the global scale today, the 4th largest economy. We're pipping to go to the 3rd largest economy amongst all the headwinds ahead. And one of the most important parts of this is just not manufacturing, but innovation. And I think design is the fundamentals of innovation, and we need a lot more of that in our country. We have such a rich culture, we have such a rich heritage, but we need to be very, very innovative if we need to win the race. And therefore, I'm very happy that you'd be surprised the kind of evening which you will enjoy in terms of speaking to Mr. Suresh this Let's Talk. Briefly, what I spoke about, took me to a completely different hemisphere. We started with a discussion of animation and film, but then went into manga and went into the whole animation journey which Japan has created, and almost rival industry to the automotive and steel industry. I was told in terms of the size of the economy of anime, manga and animation, and how that's become mainstream in their society. So with these few words, we eagerly look forward to your speech, and thank you all once again for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to take a moment to felicitate and honor our chief guest, Mr. Suresh Ariat. May I request Mr. Sanjay Jayawardena to please do the honors. Thank you, sir. We now come to the most exciting moment of the evening, the launch of DJD's new logo and identity. I invite Mr. Suresh Ariat and Mr. Sanjay Jayawardena, Chairman GKD Trust, to unveil the new DJD logo. That was exciting to watch. I'm sure many of our DJD students are already thinking about how they can explore this new identity through motion and design. We now move to the next major segment of this evening. I invite Ms. Sarita Sundar, designer, design historian, and academic advisor at DJAD, to introduce Let's Talk in Kovai talk series, and our chief guest for the evening, Mr. Suresh Ariat.
Thanks so much. Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Let's Talk Kovai. Now, I'm sure some of you are wondering what exactly is Let's Talk Kovai. Is it a debate? Is it a TED Talk? Or perhaps it's a group therapy for designers? So don't worry, it's none of the above, though some of the conversations may just feel a little bit therapeutic at times. So Let's Talk Kovai Coimbatore it's a Coimbatore-based talk series where we invite who we like to think of as shapeshifters, people who constantly push, bend, and redefine the boundaries of their fields. While this initiative is hosted by the DJAD Academy of Design, our speakers by no means limited to designers. We hope to welcome scientists, writers, dancers, musicians, filmmakers, and many more in the months to come. Coimbatore has long been known as an industrial hub, drawing in an incredibly accomplished people. Through this series, we hope actually to also make Coimbatore a cultural and intellectual hub, a place where ideas are exchanged as passionately as products are made. And I invite all of you to join us in this journey. When we first all started conceiving of the City Talk series, Suresh Ariat was right at the top of our list. So it feels particularly special that he is here with us today for our very first sessions, coinciding with our launch of our new identity. And honestly, once you listen to him speak, you'll understand why. His work resonates so deeply with our vision at DJD of valuing cultural nuance, of connecting meaningfully to the local, and of creating work that is authentic, relevant, and rooted, while still ready for the global stage. Now, who is Suresh Ariat, you may ask? Suresh is an animator, he's a director, and along with Neelima, his business and life partner, founder of Studio Ecosaurus. Yes, Ecosaurus. Before you ask, no, the name has got nothing to do with animation software and everything to do with Suresh himself. Tall, broad, with a certain prehistoric presence, Ecosaurus felt like a very honest naming choice. Fortunately, despite the dinosaur-like build, he's far gentler and far more evolved. Over the past 16 years, Studio Ecosaurus has produced, and now I have to sort of qualify here, I have to ask Suresh today at breakfast how many films he's produced, because you look away for a second and he's produced a bunch more. So my figure on this was 250. He told me he has been involved in close to 600 films. And he's won over 200 national and international awards, including the Cannes Lion and the DAAD. The studio made history as the only Indian studio to win a prestigious, what we call, or what is known as the Oscars for Animation, that's the Annecy Award, first in 2015. really proud of that. But what I really, really love about Suresh's work is how he finds stories in the wayward, the charming, and the troublesome. An awkward encounter with a fisherwoman at a traffic signal in Mumbai inspired the award-winning fisherman and tuk-tuk. His father, whom I've met, and who has the most wonderfully outrageous stories to tell, inspired Kanditunde, or Have You Seen It?, a nationally awarded film. He teaches us to truly observe the creak of a tree trunk, the slightest lift of an eyebrow, the whine of a dog who isn't part of the plot but somehow steals the scene, and the glorious cacophony of the Mumbai streetscape. His films make us laugh, his films make us cry, and sometimes, quite unfairly, they do both at the same time. So, Suresh, we're absolutely delighted to have you here, right here in our little corner of Coimbatore. Please join me in giving a very, very warm welcome to the gentle giant of Indian animation, Suresh Heraiyat.
Hi everyone. Hello. Vanakkam. Vanakkam. I'm coming to Kovai after 35 years. You know, I used to come to, my sister used to stay here in Sai Baba colony briefly when I was in the school. And that's the time I used to frequent Coimbatore, go to Annapurna restaurant. It's still quite big. They used to make some of the biggest doshas. Do they still make it? Yeah, they're still good at it as they were 35 years ago. If some of you can't, you can come. There are some seats in the front, you know, so that you can see the film. This is what, more than my speech, it's the films that we are showcasing here. So it'll be nice for you to get a full glory of the view. Thank you, DJ AD, for inviting me. Thank you, Sarita. Thank you, everyone, for having me here. And for nudging me since months to take out 2 days and be here, which I'm very happy about. Last night we reached at 11 in the evening, and the kind of hospitality and the warmth that we experienced, you know, made us feel more than at home. It was really, really wonderful. Today also the lunch was so heavy, I was wondering how will I drag myself to this place and talk. And then the parampuri and the stuff out there was even more tempting. I resisted myself. So today I'm going to talk about local stories and global conversation. That's something that probably I can talk about because that's something that local stories are extremely charming for me. And like Sarita put in very eloquent words, it's not my fascination, but it's all that I know. I mean, I can only get enchanted by people around me, situations around me, and that gives me enough inspiration and to go forth and come up with whatever I've been producing all these years. What do? I want to show you a snippet of our films because ultimately you have called me because of the work that I do. and have a glimpse of the kind of work that one has been doing in a very short montage of films.
चिंतामणि के कंधे पे टैक्स का बोझ।
निकली गाड़ी चलती रहे बिन पहिया पट्टी मार के।
ये है भैया छोटे सुल्तान, बहादुर होशियार, पर दूध जब आए हो जाए फरार।
जो मैंने सैंडल लाए दरवाजे का हैंडल।
चुन्नी 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 लाल।
वंडी अड़कड़ा।
वाला कमीला वीडू।
और ये हम आपको प्रूव करके दिखाएंगे।
अब बिना पानी फेस क्लीन करना।
अरे इनके घर को डर कैसा?
দোটানায় পড়লে নিজেকে প্রশ্ন করি সত্যি করে আমার কি চাই।
Girls.
क्या स्टाइल है तेरा, क्या स्माइल है तेरी।
Chaos gave way to violence.
আন্ডারে তুই তো একটা সোয়েটারও পরলি না।
দূর ঘাম হয়।
অন্তত একটা মাংকি ক্যাপ
তা কুটকুট করে।
Now I look like number 25, na? No? Now?
बैट्समैन भी आउट हो जाए क्योंकि बॉल सीधे मेरे मुंह में आए। हाय ये सो
किस्म किस्म की ये जड़ी बूटियां खाए।
Bodies. Look beyond. Look at me.
धर्ममुके
ഇതും നോക്കരുത്, തത്വമൊന്നും നോക്കരുത്.
All right. So that is a montage of our films. Now, if you notice, we have been working with a multitude of mediums. We are not limiting ourselves to animation. We are shooting films with real people. And I guess this is mainly because of the design background that I have. Because how do you, every story is different, every message is different. It's like, I mean, this is a chair that you're sitting on, and every chair has a different function. And according to that function, the form changes. If it is I mean, they are sitting on a bench here because they have only that much space and they have to be alert. This can recline, your chairs can recline, you can go to sleep as well. So the function is different, so the form is accordingly changing. And according to me, even the message for every film is unique. And crafting a visual design style, audiovisual design style to suit it, for it to become maximum effective, has been a quest. And also, I mean, that's the GAN of it. That's a funda behind it. But we love variety. We don't want to keep doing the same thing for 27 years, right? You don't want to like make the same film, same technique you use, and you keep it's boring, isn't it? All of you would like to go out in the industry and do the same thing every single time. Every project should look the same, feel the same. So that is something that I felt, and I infected my team members also with that sort of a mentality. So they all start thinking different. So when an idea comes, how do we tell that idea most effectively? That becomes a question. In that process, a brand gets a unique identity. A product that is trying to advertise, they get a unique new look which is so different and clutter breaking that serves the purpose for them as well. So that's been our journey. So we are working in a medium agnostic way, but we are leaning more towards animation. So we, like Sarita said, it's my vision to make India a superpower in the animation scene globally. And we have that potential. That's where all those seeds we are trying to sow in the institutes like these, so that people get charged up to tell their own stories. Like I got charged up, and I got an admission in a very, very amazing institute that really changed my life, National Institute of Design. So that is the parallel that I want to draw. And Indian animation, to talk about it, it is, like Mr. Sanjay was saying, it is still a lot of hands. They are preparing a lot of skilled laborers and not the minds. And how we can change the world is if we can have the minds. And for that, we need to look at our roots. So I want to give a little bit of background about myself. That's me. I grew up in an extremely mad surrounding. Okay. The technical glitch has to happen. So otherwise, how can it be a presentation? I was also wondering. So that's me. That's probably the only picture, a few pictures without beard. So I have documented it here for all of your benefit. My father and I, we have a great bond. So I grew up in Tripunithura. Some of you must be, Kovai is not very far from Kerala and Kochi. You know Tripunithura? Anyone? Yeah? Okay. So I'm from Tripunithura, near Ernakulam, and I grew up there. My father was my best companion. He used to tell me really mad stories. My mother was a very strict Hindi teacher. That's one of the subjects I used to fare very badly. And even though she taught, Yeshudas was her student, and he managed to sing some few good Hindi songs. But, it was something that she really struggled. But now I think as a punishment, I had to stay in Bombay for last 28 years or so, learning Hindi, and I know how to speak in Hindi pretty okay. Yeah, that's my father. And I grew up in an environment. It is not unique to me. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you look at your environment where you grew up, there will be unique situations around you. What my attempt is here to sensitize you about what is unique about where you grew up. So we had all these melams, you know, the utsavams and the festivals, temple festivals all the time. And of course, it's God's own country, so gods are all on the street. So you can see all the processions, Kathakali performances. Now that was a video I took outside my gate. So you can see the kind of gods who are just walking around. And I used to go for a lot of painting competitions. My father used to take me there. Me as a child, I drew this myself. I was a sample. 4.5 kilos for a baby was pretty unusual those days. And my mother was 44 when she delivered me normally and went back. The story goes like she delivered and by evening she went back home. That's probably a bit of exaggeration, but yeah, my father was 44, my mother was 43 when I was born. I have 2 elder sisters. I'm trying to tell you that backgrounds can be very similar, but they are unique to yourself. Again, I'm reiterating that fact. Yeah, I had the same food every single day. It was idli for breakfast, sambar, and the same sambar used to revisit during lunch with rice and some beans, vegetables, every day. All of them used to revisit for dinner. And that was my life, 17 years, till I got admission at NID. Then it was another story altogether. But I used to imagine the lady's finger in the sambar as some very exotic non-veg preparation. The brinjal that used to come, it anyway looks like snail. So when you slice it open, you kind of imagine and replace it in your own mind as something else. So my imagination grew very vividly from childhood because of the circumstances. Now why the food was the same is it also has a story. In my house, my uncle used to cook. Do any of your houses have uncles cooking? No, so probably that's why, that's the biggest difference. So my mother could never cook in my house. My uncle was a bachelor and he used to cook the food. I think probably he loved idlis and sambar every day and he didn't want it any other way cooked. So he ensured that he made it before all of us woke up. I used to fail pretty regularly for maths, but it was a temple town. Tripunithura used to be a temple town, even now it is. Every 50 meters there is a temple. So we used to have certain very favorite gods of ours, who if you give certain, I won't call it bribe, but if you make a small offering of, like this Siddhivinayak temple, I used to offer 25 Kolkata, we used to call it. Is it the same? Modak. It was very tasty. You have it has sweet coconut fillings and stuff. So once you do that, then you kind of get pass mark. So that was enough for me till the 7th grade, till I had to kind of start loving maths, forcibly loving maths. So I always look at my 14 years of education in the school, and I think how many of those subjects, the calculus and the other things that I learned, were actually useful for me. How much am I using every day? And what a waste, right? In one way, when you think about 14 years of your childhood, you're learning things that you are never going to use forever. It could be, I may be sparking some other sort of, fueling some other fire here. But I just question the system where But when I got admission at NID, I mean, I was sharing the story. I was among the 30 students that they take from the entire country. And there were probably only one student from one state. And they had a selection process of 6 months or something. And it was my father who was instrumental in finding out where this institute was. And he used to take me for painting competitions. Like many of your parents would be, you all go for painting competitions? Do they exist even now? The dance competition, music competitions and all. So my father used to take me for these competitions. And completely out of the blue, one day during my 11th or 12th, I went for a competition. And normal habit is like, after I do my paintings, after the participants have done it, they allow the parents and others to come in and see the paintings. So my father would stand next to my painting very proudly, not acting as if he's my patron, and he would look at who all are appreciating my painting, and he would come and report to me, there's a good chance that you're going to win. And he would be the most happiest sitting far behind in the auditorium when I am winning an award. He would be the one who would be feeling most proud about it. But they never thought it could become a career option for me. So one of those painting competitions, one stranger came and told my father, whose painting is this? So he said, my son's, very proudly he said. You should go to NID. Guys, I'm talking about 1991. There was no internet. There is no way you can find out there is a place like National Institute of Design that would be existing in Ahmedabad. It doesn't come on newspapers. It doesn't come in any magazines. So, that's how, then he told my father how to go about it, and that's how I got into NID. Yes, that's my NID admission time photo. That's me. Then slowly, one by one, every photo you can see, the only thing that grew was my beard. So that in 5 years, it just, lush beard I got. And I got this name Eeks from NID. And one of the things that my father and my parents used to tell me, in South India it happens that, they tell you to just make you feel a little comforted, that you are medium complexioned. So, I was also told that. And I believed that. When I went to NID, it's all North Indians, right? So they told very clearly that you are black. And you are Madrasi. So this is like, we can't even explain that, there are 4 states, under Vindhyas. They all speak different languages and they have, it doesn't matter, no, kya Madrasi, say. Like that they were. And it was something that I felt very, very hurt, and I thought we should do something about it, which I did later on, which I'll share that film with you. So we've been running projects all the while, and even in advertising space. I'm going to show you a couple of ads that we've done. This is for one of the first e-business sites that came about. But we used a very interesting technique. Why I loved the palm leaf engraving that you just gave me is because this film, we have used a very rare art form from Orissa called Pattachitrakatha. They engrave on palm leaf. And this film is done using that technique. So I want to share this film with you. Thank you. So this was one of the first e-com websites, Sulekha.com. They used to, buying and selling is shown in a very different manner. This film is done in 2006 or 7, and one of the first films to win from, animated films to win from Cannes that time. So many years later, do you all use Chrome? You're familiar with Chrome? So many years later, Google Chrome wanted to make an ad to introduce Chrome in India. And they used a very interesting case study of a man from Chennai who revived a very rare art form, Tanjore art. You're familiar with Tanjore art, no? Tanjore painting. He was an exponent in that, but with time, there was no demand for it, and eventually his business was going down, including in the entire ecosystem of people. It's not like, mostly they use it in puja rooms, those paintings. It was not given the status of high art or anything like that. So he was going down a natural death, and it was almost, that whole tribe was getting over. But he actually took initiative to launch his own website called Tanjore OVM, and started, and he doesn't speak a word of English, but he was eloquent with, he was very good with Photoshop, so he created all these, snippets for the website, and he created a website all by himself, a big task. And the agency who was working on the Chrome asked me to make a film with Tanjore painting style, exactly like Sulekha.com. But we said that the man's accomplishment seemed phenomenal and momentous. So we have to commemorate it in a very different way. Google never used to trust Indians to make their advertisements here because they actually thought our creative standards were really not up to the mark. So they were never giving out any work to be executed by Indians, even though their presence was there in India. So this is the film that we made. I want to share it with you. Maybe the lights can be going off. So this actually opened the gates for Indian companies to do ads for Google, because this film was shown in New York, and the New York team thought this was creative enough. It was done in 2010, so it's a 15-year-old ad, and then there were waves of Indian Google ads that were made in India, and so local works every time. And now I'm coming back to this whole chapter of us South Indians being called dark and black. So there was another student from NIT. We have this program called the Incubation Program. We wanted to nurture young, talented filmmakers and mentor them in our studio to create films. So this was one of the first films that was done. as part of that program. So I want to share this film with you. This is pretty interesting take on the colorism in India. I'll control it.
Congratulations, it's a boy. But, brown number.
हे भगवान अब क्या करेंगे
My God! Why?
My brown number. 18.
Now I look like number 25, na? No? Now? No.
No. Brown number 18 is from the north and number 80 is from the south.
Ah, that's why I never go to the south.
Will you be my girlfriend? No. Because my brown number is 70, isn't it?
See, Hill Brown number 40 you can trust. But after that, very dangerous.
20, 25, 30.
Oh God, look, 64. No wife, no job, all because of this. God, please change my brown number to 35.
Have you ever seen a fair beggar?
हम काले हैं तो क्या हुआ दिल वाले हैं
80, 18.
At least 42.
20, no, 30, no, 40.
68! India, Africa, America.
Namaste. Ta-da.
So white.
Sure?
80.
Same pitch. 80, huh? No. Amma.
My brown number. 18.
Now I look like number 25, na? No.
No. Brown number 18 is from the north and number 80
Thank you.
is from
Thank
the
you.
south.
So we had a very sweet revenge with this film. It went like a big viral. I don't know, some of you must have seen it. Probably it was very popular in colleges and things. And the great thing is, when we took it to some festivals abroad, it was a Russian festival where one of the film critics came and said, so in India, they really have this sort of a number given to the color. so then, we wanted people to actually laugh about this whole thing of, we are all some shade of brown in this country, right? And we say, oh, this fair guy is better, and dark guy is whatever, and you all go abroad, and we are all called brown. We are not said, oh, that's a dark brown or a light brown. Nothing. So here, how much of this distinction is happening, and which is very funny. We just wanted people to laugh about it. In fact, we wanted to create an app where people would take selfie with different lighting, and you can get different brown numbers. So that's sort of a mockery we wanted to create. And Winnie is, as we wished, Winnie is continuing to make wonderful films. She's in France. She's doing some crazy animated films nowadays, and that's our vision. Wherever we can create this impetus in young minds to continue to make films and tell our stories and make them global. That is the real vision. Talking about local, I keep journaling. I think it's something that you all have to also probably look at as a possibility, where there are subjects all around us. This is a theme about Bombay rickshawalas. So in Bombay, as you know, there are rickshaw drivers from all over the country, and they are working 12 to 15 hours. I think the rickshaw guys, the way I remember in Coimbatore, they would just tell you a rate and they used to go. They don't go by meter. Are they still like that? They tell you a number and you have to negotiate and... more chilled, and these are from actual accounts that I've seen. And then there are some who are always in a hurry, and these speedsters get a high when the women who are passengers who are sitting behind scream. So then they go even more crazier, and Bombay traffic, they go through the buses and things, they get a high like that. And then there are true misfits who shouldn't be driving rickshaw. They are not meant to be, rickshaw drivers. They're really tall and they can't fit into that. And then there are conversationals. So when I go with my dog once in a while, we get really worried that this guy is not at all looking at the road. He's talking to me about the politics of the country, how it is going in the southward. And then there are who are over-anxious people who have an Uber and an Ola on on two phones, and they keep shifting and ensuring that the next ride is already there. And this is yet to be seen, but I'm sure it's a possibility. So so from here I got this, and one of the days I was driving to work, and my car was parked next to a BEST bus. They are huge buses. And there was hardly any gap, maybe 10 inches gap between. And we also, in Bombay, we drive in such a way that we don't want anyone to squeeze in. If you leave a little gap, there will be a scooter that will come in and whatever. So you don't want to be, following anybody. So that much gap. And there was this really burly fisherwoman who wanted to cross the road, and she wanted to go through that particular gap between my car and the bus. She could have taken any other space, but this is what she chose. And she kind of got stuck in the middle, and she felt that I am responsible for that. And she started kicking my car's bonnet and hurling abuses, and finally she got through and she wobbled away. And I was thinking of what if she had a rickshaw and she could actually maneuver through this mad traffic. Maybe that is a concept of freedom that she would have probably liked. And we created this film. I'm going to show you a snippet of that. Yeah, so this is a film very close to us because we realized that okay, we are doing advertisement films as our main breadwinning for the company, but we ran side projects. This is something that all of you should think about because you have a mainstream work, but you may not be always happy doing that, but you have to do it somehow. But then you run a side project which can keep your ambitions, it can satisfy all your, desires of doing something that is exciting enough. And it can take whatever time. So this film took us 6 years to make it. And then we want and was trying to clean my window. And in Bombay, we look at all these people, underprivileged people, as, oh, they are part of a beggar mafia. You shouldn't help them. If you help them, it will be encouraging them. And all these narratives we are all used to. And I opened after she continuously nagged me, I got pretty angry and I quite aggressive or violently, I shooed her away. I said, yeah, just get off. She was taken aback a few steps and I didn't care much because the signal turned green. I drove off. But the rest of the half hour, I was thinking about that kid because that kid was wearing a school uniform. And I was thinking, what if a particular situation at home or whatever drove her to come to the streets to sell those baskets? Then how insensitive of me to react like that to her. And this is something that people must be getting from so many people, this insensitive behavior, inconsiderate way of dealing with humans, because you at that point feel that you are more privileged than them. And I felt a huge amount of guilt Went back to that spot, looking for her, probably catch hold of her, buy a few baskets, say sorry, but I could never find her. And we made this film. Something to do, this was the trigger for that film, based on that girl. And it was done in stop motion animation. It took us 8 years to make it. This is a film done using puppets. And you must understand that you cannot shoot more than 1 or 2 seconds in a day. So, and it was also a young team like you who were learning on the job, which is one of the things we keep doing in our studio so that we can nurture younger people to be motivated enough to go out and do on their own. And so the film went to over 110 international and national film festivals, and it won over 40 awards. So I'm going to show you a glimpse of that film. That's the making of it. This is the animation in progress. And you will see the final shot now. This one. Yeah, that was a teaser. You can watch it on YouTube. And nearly 50 young people worked and trained with us during this process of 8 years. And the best thing was, do you all know about Studio Ghibli? Some of you? Yeah, you know, okay. So Ghibli Museum invited us to showcase this film in Japan. And in 2017 first. And once again, they invited the film in 2024 again, and probably the only Indian film screened at Ghibli Museum. And in the same year, we were lucky to win the first ever Annecy for the country. Annecy festival happens in a place called Annecy near Geneva in France, and it's the biggest ever animated film festival. And why it is very important is because Indians are always considered job workers by the international community, that we are good with our skill. Their ideas would be executed in India by the sweatshops here, and we love that job because it pays us well. So there was no nurturing of our own thinking, our own stories on the side ever. There was no priority of making things for us with using our technology and our techniques and our expertise. So this was the first time an Indian story was getting awarded at such a prestigious animation festival, and that changed a lot of alignments of perception for the country and the work, animated work coming from the country. From then, a lot of Indian films started getting nominated, not getting awarded yet, but that itself is a big change because people started making films, investing their own time. That's the biggest change. Yeah. Again, I'm talking about something local. This is when I was growing up. I keep reminiscing our surroundings, and this is something that you also can. Everybody's childhood would be unique. You know, during my growing up years, spitting was a statement, in cinema. That Rajinikanth would if you had to show disrespect, he would just turn and chew and thup. It was an attitude. It was how, we have all learned the Western way of doing those gestures to ask someone to buzz off. This was another way of attitude, and I used to quite like it. Then I used to practice it on my own private time till I saw one of my uncles who actually, had a different sort of formation. He made a different mouth formation. So the projectile of the spit can be, you get maximum distance for it. So I used to practice going to the terrace of the house, and I used to practice a little bit. Till one day I saw one completely different technique, scissor cut. So, so this was the guy who kept 2 fingers, and he could spit through that gap and it could reach anywhere. I was in awe. I was like, wow, this is the man, you know. So, and then we used to have the rasna squashes at home those days. You know, we used to store those things. So when visitors came, you just mix a little bit of rasna squash and give them. So I took a glass of that and I started practicing. When my eldest sister caught me red-handed and gave me the punishment of life. And this torture technique also is very unique. It's not very common in north of India. This, putting the nails into the cartilage of the ear and then giving that few rotations. And with that, it imprints in your memory that this is something that you shouldn't try again. And that is what. Then, so my father, I was telling you all about. Father's stories were really amazing. He used to take me to his hometown near Alleppey, and he would tell me about the ghosts that he had seen. And he had a vivid way of telling that what time exactly he saw the ghost and where. So the location also he would show me, and around what time, and he would tell me if a ghost comes. It's not a regular ghost of people who died. There are Madan, Kuttichatan, there are different kind of creatures. I don't know, in Coimbatore they may have different names, but you may still see them. Sometimes you may feel them as from real people also. So you need to be very alert when you are experiencing a Kuttichatan or a Madan. So what do you call generally a general bugging monster? What do you call in Tamil? Huh? Pishache. Pishache is okay. Any little more local country type ghost? Huh? Poochie Poochie is like insect, no? Yeah. So my father used to say that, and till around 40 years, I used to believe in them. So when I used to go to his hometown, I used to be shit scared that, this areas, if I'm walking around, it's going to be, maybe I will encounter something. So I recorded, but I realized that because I was staying far away from Kerala, I could have a different perspective about his storytelling. And I felt that this sort of storytelling has to be documented. I asked him questions about the ghost that he's encountered, and I recorded him on my mobile phone. So this is very easy for all of you to do, and that's how we created this film. I'm going to show you a snippet of this film where he explains about one of the ghosts that he's seen and experienced.
സാധാരണ ഗർഭിണികളായിട്ടുള്ള സ്ത്രീകള് അപമൃത്യുവിന് ഇരയാകുമ്പോൾ അവരുടെ പ്രേതം ഈനാമ്പേച്ചിയായിട്ട് തീരുന്നെന്നാ പറയുന്നത്. അതിന്റെ സംസാരം നമുക്കറിയാനൊക്കെ, ദൂരം ഇവിടെ അറിയാനൊക്കെ. ഒരു തുണ്ണിപ്പത്തൊന്നിങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് സംസാരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടാണ് അത് ഓടുന്നത്.
അതിന്റെ അർത്ഥം
തുണ്ണിപ്പെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാല് സാധാരണയായിട്ട് കശുമാവ്, നാടൻ മാവൊക്കെ കായ്ക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് അതിന്റെ താഴെ മാങ്ങ വീണ് കിടക്കുമല്ലോ, അതിങ്ങനെ പെറുക്കി എണ്ണിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക എന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. അത് സാധാരണ രാത്രിയിലെ 2:30 മണിക്ക് ശേഷമാണ് പുറത്തിറങ്ങുന്നത്.
2:30 മണി
അതിങ്ങനെ എൻ്റെ ഫുട്ബോൾ പോലെ ഇരിക്കും. അതിങ്ങനെ ഉരുണ്ടുരുണ്ടാണ് സഞ്ചരിക്കുക.
ശരി.
ഗർഭിണികളൊക്കെ കണ്ടാലേ അത് വയറ് കീറി മാന്തി.
So this is a snippet from the film. I want to show you a glimpse of the making of it.
ഈന പേച്ചി ഞാൻ കേട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത്, ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട് ഒരിക്കൽ. ഈന പേച്ചിയെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ അത് തന്നെയാണോന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല.
So we acted as monsters. So Rasool.
ലാസ്റ്റില് പൊരിയില്ലേ, പൊരി ഒന്ന് കറക്കം.
സിനിമയുടെ some murmurs and all those things.
Sound designer, I'm not a movie artist. I'm not a movie artist.
അതിൻ്റെ സംസാരം നമുക്ക് അറിയാനൊക്കെ, ദൂരം ഇവിടെ അറിയാനൊക്കെ. ഒരു തുണ്ണിപ്പത്തൊന്നിങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് സംസാരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടാണ് അത് ഓടുന്നത്. ഒരു തുണ്ണിപ്പത്തൊന്നിങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് സംസാരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടാണ് അത് ഓടുന്നത്. ആന മറുതാ.
So now, thanks. The deal is, this film has opened a whole new genre of people starting to look at this Yakshi and these stories in Malayalam cinema. So there are films like Brahmayugam and Loka and all these films are coming. They're using a lot of references of what these monsters used to be, and old books like Aitihiyamala and which my father also refers from. So they have all become very relevant in the modern context. So it is opening up a new horror genre because we kind of brought such a story which my father said, which was accepted by so many young people, which we didn't think it would connect with them. So now my father is a celebrity there. So he at 95, he's pretty well known. People want selfies with him. So he likes the importance as well. So then this is one image that I want to show you where we won the national award, and I told him that, Acha, you will have to go and get the award from the president. So he felt very embarrassed that, with all my stories and bluffs and everything, how can I go to the president and receive the award? I said, no, but you'll have to go. So it was a full circle of life coming for me when he went and received the award from the president. I want to share that moment with you.
Shri P.N.K. Panikar, the veteran on the stage, deserves a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we can see part of standing ovation. I think they have their family members, a collection of whimsical tales around urban legends in rural landscapes created by Panikar ji, reminding of Indian traditions of oral folklore retellings, which has been an integral part of our civilization and our traditional storytelling.
Yes, so that was a full circle moment for me because he was the one who always stood in the crowd and, cheered me whenever I was winning, wherever I was going. And, for me, it really gave me that happiness that, he never believed that, at 95 he would, be awarded something like that. But his stories are precious. His way of oral storytelling, that's not a talent that we have. It's a generation of people. There are no listeners, so they are also not there anymore because of the nuclear family setups. grandparents are no more relevant, and the current grandparents don't have any idea of such stories. So this was very precious for me. Now, the next film that I'm going to share is a very important film, the Desi Un film that I'm going to show you a glimpse of it.
मेरा नाम है ऊन ऊन ऊन, मेरी कहानी जरा सुन 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 सुन। ऊन मेरा नाम है ऊन ऊन ऊन, ऐसी वैसी न समझो, मुझ में है बड़े गुण। सुन 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 सुन। भेड़ों की पीठ पे है मेरा घर, जो दक्खन के जंगलों में करती सफर। कुरमा और कुर्बानी धनगत, हर गांव कबीले पे मेरा असर। सिर्फ चरवाहे नहीं मेरे यार सखा, हर इंसान की मुझको होती है फिकर। सुन 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 सुन। घोंगड़ी घोंगड़ी मैं बनूं घोंगड़ी घोंगड़ी, मैं बनूं घोंगड़ी घोंगड़ी, सबके कंधे पे जो चढ़ी। कभी सर्दी से मैं लड़ी, कभी बरसातों की झड़ी, कभी पालना बन के झूली, कभी किसी चिता संग जली। मैंने किसानों की नंगी पीठ ढकी, सरहद पे जवानों की बनी सखी। मैंने कितने ही जोड़ों की शादी रची, सबकी उलझन सुलझाई और लाज रखी। घोंगड़ी मैं बनूं घोंगड़ी घोंगड़ी, कंधे पे जो चढ़ी, सबके कंधे पे जो चढ़ी। ये दक्खन की भेड़े गजब है बड़ी, सुंदर ये प्यारी ये जादू भरी। खेती पहाड़ों में चरने ये जाए, किस्म किस्म की ये जड़ी बूटियां खाए। इनका दूध है दवा, हाँ ये करता इलाज। इनका मलमूत्र बने खेतों की खाद। जब ये देती है जान बचाती है जान, इसका गोश्त बीमारियों का नुस्खा महान। इसकी खाल बचाए चरवाहों के पैर, जो राह पे चलना करे आसान। एक भेड़ से चले हजारों की दुकान। बाळू मामा बाळू मामा बाळू मामा बाळू मामा। एक चरवाहे का नाम बाळू मामा, उन्होंने भेड़ों के गुणों को पहचाना। इनके झुंड को पवित्र झुंड कहा, इनको बचाने का काम अपने हाथ लिया। बाळू मामा बाळू मामा। अपनी भेड़ों को पाला और पोसा, लाखों तक उनको पहुंचाया। इन काली सुंदर भेड़ों ने बाळू मामा का नाम पाया। बाळू मामा बाळू मामा। जिस खेत में ये भेड़े चरती है, उस खेत में फसल दुगनी उगती है। बाळू मामा का बड़ा एहसान रहा, उसने भेड़ों को अपना बच्चा कहा। बाळू मामा बाळू मामा बाळू मामा बाळू मामा बाळू मामा। बाळू मामा की पूजा करते हैं लोग, उन्हें संत महात्मा कहते हैं लोग। बाळू मामा बाळू मामा। बाळू मामा ने बड़ा साथ दिया, इस खत्म होती दखनी को बचा लिया। उन मेरा नाम है उन उन उन, मेरी कहानी जरा सुन सुन सुन। उन मेरा नाम है उन उन उन, मेरी कहानी जरा सुन सुन सुन। सबसे ज्यादा ऊन अपना देश उगाए। पर जरूरत की ऊन विदेशों से मंगवाए 42 किस्म की भेड़ें होती है यहाँ फिर अपनी जरूरतें क्यों ना पूरी कर पाए नकली एक्रेलिक मेरी जगह ले रहा मेरे चरवाहे तू ये जुल्म कैसे सह रहा नकली एक्रेलिक मेरी जगह ले रहा मेरे चरवाहे तू जुल्म कैसे सह रहा ऊन मेरा नाम है ऊन 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 ओ चरवाहे मेरी पुकार जरा सुन ओ चरवाहे मेरी पुकार जरा सुन तू जान ले मेरे है फायदे अनेक मुझे कचरे की पेटी में देना मत फेंक मुझे कचरे की पेटी में मत देना फेंक बालू मामा की राह पे चलेंगे हम दिखा देंगे दुनिया को हमारी ऊन में कितना है दम
हमें हर कदम बचाए चलो कदम बढ़ाए उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए चलो कदम बढ़ाए उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए चलो कदम बढ़ाए उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए चलो कदम बढ़ाए उस ऊन को बचाए ऊन ऊन ऊन
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. So I want to tell you a little bit about the story. Now, this is very important. So when you shouldn't miss an opportunity when you are going for a convention like this. You never know where the inspiration is going to come from. This project was not something that I planned to do at all. So it started in 2022, December. I was in Delhi. And I saw this post on Sarita's Instagram handle. And I said, Nilima was there, so I said, why don't we just visit this exhibition called Desi Oon, the same name for the film. You know, we gave the same name of this exhibition for our film as well. And there, I realized that there are 42 breeds in the country. And we are one of the biggest producer of wool. And they have a very special lifestyle. While all the other countries in Europe and other places, they have sheep, they have a range, they have a fenced way of keeping the sheep. But in India, the shepherds and the families walk with the sheep. It is there in Tamil Nadu also. There is one kind of sheep. But they travel for 6 months, 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers, walking, and you know, it's a most sustainable way of living, and it was really nice to know that. And in that place, I met with one very old man, 80-year-old shepherd, who was from Karnataka, Deccan area, and he gave me a kambli. It's a blanket made of the Deccani sheep wool, black sheep. This is the story about the Deccani sheep. Black sheep is considered a very odd rebel in the English language. Black sheep is because it's unusual. But here in Deccan Plateau, we see black sheep. That's the speciality of, and that's a very special breed that's protected by Balumama's initiative. And so he gave me this kambli. I live in Bombay. There is no use for a kambli. There is no winter there, right? And I buy it, and Nilima's, my wife, is like, what the heck are you going to do with kambli, you know, in Bombay? And he said, no, the old man said, you wash it, and once you wash it, it'll become soft. It was very rough. And first wash at home, lot of creatures went from the blanket. And then Nilima was like, this is it. I'm going to like keep this blanket outside the house. I said, but you know, let's one more wash, and more black powdery things went. The creatures had left home by then. And then it became soft and whatever. And then that particular evening, I went to a friend's house, a senior of mine house, and I encountered this book, and that was written by Sarita. And she was in the US, so he immediately connected me to Sarita. it is written by Sarita, you should get a book. And then I'm back in Bombay and I get this book, which is talking about the life of pastoralists in India, a world without roof. So it's a great concept where, the sheep, the herd doesn't, it's not like the shepherds are herding them. There are many times when the herd is actually guiding the shepherd and the family to safe haven. They can preempt hurricanes, typhoons, and all those things. So it was a very amazing way of living. Moment humans started making rigid homes, that's when the hurricanes and all could actually crumple them, and casualties used to happen. But the pastoralists never died, or they never had these sort of casualties. So I went through this book, and then again that statistics was riveting, and this was quite scary. That instead of consuming Indian wool, we import 80 million tons of wool. So all those things I saw, but there was no project. Then suddenly in 2023 June, I get this message from Sarita that they want to do something for an exhibition called Living Lightly. And so Sarita is a pretty dangerous person. She can be infectious. She can create anything from nothing. So I just want to tell you that this is a project that happened like that. And there was no money from the organization. Center for Pastoralism didn't have any money to do this project. Said that there is an exhibition called Living Lightly that's going to happen in Bangalore, and we would like to make a film as a dedication to Balu Mama. And like you had done the Rajasthan tourism film with sand, what if we do something with wool, was the idea. I said, very great idea, and but we need money for it. It's a very expensive process. I'll show you what is Rajasthan tourism film, just for you to know what it is, how it was done. That was Rajasthan tourism film, and it's made with sand. It's with actual sand. For days and days you have to shoot with sand, and you create a film. And this is like a big film for Living Lightly. Then Sarita introduced me to Sushma, who was the chief curator of Living Lightly. She was very positive. She said, Suresh, we will do this film. She insisted that I went with the flock and experienced it firsthand. So then I go to the Belgaum, and then we had to go by road 100 kilometers into Maharashtra border to see the flock. And at 4 in the morning, we had to go pick up a shepherd. So this is in 2024, okay. And the shepherd who came from a village to guide me and take me through the flock and explain things to me. So we stop at a house in Belgaum to get this man, and this man comes and sits in front of, in the car. We were sitting behind, me and another lady from Center for Pastoralism. And the man, very old man, he comes and sits in front of me. And it was the same man who sold me the blanket in 2022. It's not spooky, but it's like crazy, right? This sort of serendipity is absolutely unimaginable. And he took me, that is Neelkant Mama, who is taking me through the, it's deep inside one village in Maharashtra. We went, and then we had a lot of conversations, and I saw how they lived, the communities lived. There was no experience, and I was doubly motivated to do this film. By then, somehow I found an organization from Bangalore who came up and said, we'll fund the film. And they gave us all the funds that were required for making the film. And that's how the film happened. And so, you know, you never can disregard what you get inspired by, what you are encountering, because what it would trigger and become what, you have no idea. So don't be dismissive about, oh, you're going for a session, or, you know, when they're bringing, the beautiful thing about this Let's Talk series, what I like about it is, you're bringing the outside inside. All of you sitting in this room may not be able to access the people outside and all of you together. But when you bring the outside inside, like I am coming, or tomorrow another scientist would come, you are getting exposed to a perspective from outside, which will change the way you're looking at things and may trigger something that you yourself wouldn't have thought you could do. And that's exactly what happened with me. If I didn't go for that exhibition, if I didn't interact with people, I wouldn't have made a film like this that went places. And I'm going to show you the making of this film. This is the first time I'm showing in the public. I know I've exceeded in time, but can you give me 10 minutes? Are you sure? Okay, thank you.
आपसे कंबली लिया था, आपसे कंबली लिया था मैं,
कंबली,
हाँ, दिल्ली में, बहुत टाइम हो, मतलब 2022 में, दिसंबर में था ना, दिसंबर दिल्ली में.
He doesn't remember me.
ऐसे सभी
दवा का एक हाथ है,
सभी दवाई का सभी ग्रास खाते थे, और वो दवाई का सभी मिल्क हमारे को मिलता था, उसका मीट हमारे को
मिलता था,
उसकी गोबरी किसानों को खेती में
मिलता
खाने की, अपना सब्जियां बनाने का.
अच्छा, उसमें भी दवा आता है.
हाँ. तो दवाई खाए सोच उसमें सभी आने वाला नहीं.
बिल्कुल.
हाय कर हाय.
हाँ, हेलो. यस.
वो उनके भाषा में मॉम बोला रे, उनके भाषा में.
व्हाट काय बघताय सगळे.
पर खेती वाले जो सारे यहाँ पे है मराठा में, वो इनको इतना क्यों मानते हैं?
ये तो इसके जो गोबरी जो है ना, ये बहुत असल गोबरी, दवाई गोबरी मिलती है, उसकी ऊर्जा जमीन को मिलती है, उसका मूत्र जमीन को मिलता है. ये सभी उसके तरीका, वो सभी जमीन को अच्छा से अच्छा
भूयिष्ठ करता है, भूयिष्ठ है,
ताकत मिलती है उसको.
वो इसका एक वो चलेगा, एक पूरा ग्रुप. हाँ, मेरे नाम है बुलबुल, मेरी कहानी जरा सुन सुन सुन, बुलबुल सुन सुन सुन.
घोंगड़ी घोंगड़ी मैं बनूं घोंगड़ी घोंगड़ी, कंधे पे जो चढ़ी सबके कंधे पे जो चढ़ी.
40 किस्म की भेड़ें होती है यहाँ.
ओके, ट्राई करते हैं.
42 किस्म की भेड़ें होती है यहाँ. फिर अपनी जरूरतें क्यों ना पूरी कर पाए,
क्यों ना पूरी कर पाए. तो जान ले मेरे फायदे अनेक, मुझे कचरे की पेटी में मत देना प्रेम. ये अच्छा लाइन है, इसको ही फॉलो कर.
ये अपना एग्जिस्टेंस का लाइन है. टाइम नकली का एंट्री ठीक.
1 2 1 नकली, ली पे वजन. 1 2 1
नकली एक्रेलिक मेरी जगह ले रहा, मेरे चरवाहे तू ये जुल्म कैसे सह रहा. नकली एक्रेलिक मेरी जगह ले रहा, मेरे चरवाहे तू जुल्म कैसे सह रहा. बालू मामा की राह पे चलेंगे हम, दिखा देंगे दुनिया को हमारी ऊन में कितना है दम।
हमें हर कदम बचाए चलो कदम बढ़ाए उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए चलो कदम बढ़ाए उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए चलो कदम बढ़ाए उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए चलो कदम बढ़ाए उस ऊन को बचाए।
ओहो जिस खेत में ये भेड़े चरती है उस खेत में फसल दुगनी उगती है। बालू मामा का बड़ा एहसान रहा, उसने भेड़ों को अपना बच्चा कहा।
मतलब वो कैसा बना रहे,
कैसा आ रहा है, मजा आ रहा है।
मैं बनूं घोंगड़ी घोंगड़ी सबके कंधे पे जो चढ़ी, कभी सर्दी से मैं लड़ी, कभी बरसातों की झड़ी, कभी पालना बन के झूली, कभी किसी चिता संग जली। मैंने किसानों की नंगी पीठ ढकी, सरहद पे जवानों की बनी सखी। मैंने कितने ही जोड़ों की शादी रची, सबकी उलझन सुलझाई और लाज रखी। मैं बनूं घोंगड़ी घोंगड़ी कंधे पे जो चढ़ी, सबके कंधे पे जो चढ़ी।
Feeling and calling you guys. Is that okay?
It's okay.
Huh?
Yes.
If two people can come and help me when this is happening, because I am bad at stilting. Okay, truth. Okay.
Even like everywhere, wherever we felt like we should maintain some direction.
Yeah, some direction would be good. Yeah.
Maybe like this is oval, so like this direction we can maintain.
Yeah.
No, no. हरी ने खत्म किया तो मैं क्या बोलेगा।
So no one had prior knowledge in doing any of these things.
So right now we are making props for Balu Mama. For him we have multiple props, especially his body. Like we are making some hands, some legs of different sizes. Even from his head to torso, there are few sizes of him we will make. Inside each of these, there is a interior which is made of styrofoam and wires to provide it stability and so that we can move it like this. So with the wool and this needle, I will be felting on it and providing it the outer structure, how it will look like. So, done. Done.
This is where we are shooting. The character says, भेड़ों की पीठ पे है मेरा घर. भेड़ों की पीठ पे है मेरा घर means the wound is trying to say that my home is on the back of the sheep. Now, technically, we don't know how it's possible, but in animation, we can. So let me take you to the tour of भेड़ों की sheep पे है मेरा घर.
भेड़ों की पीठ पे है मेरा घर जो दक्खन के जंगलों में करती सफर. कुर्मा और कुर्बानी धनगर हर गांव कबीले पे मेरा असर. सिर्फ चरवाहे नहीं मेरे यार सखा, हर इंसान की मुझको होती है फिक्र. को पहचाना, इनके झुंड को पवित्र झुंड कहा, इनको बचाने का काम अपने हाथ लिया।
बेसिकली लोग ये वाले फ्रेम से रिशूट करेंगे, ये वाले फ्रेम नंबर देने का जरूरत नहीं, ये फ्रेम चाहिए।
इन काली सुंदर भेड़ों ने बाळू मामा का नाम पाया। बाळू मामा, बाळू मामा, बाळू मामा, बाळू मामा, बाळू मामा की पूजा करते हैं लोग, उन्हें संत महात्मा कहते हैं लोग। बाळू मामा, बाळू मामा, बाळू मामा ने बड़ा साथ दिया, इस खत्म होती दखनी को बचा लिया। उन मेरा नाम है उन मेरी कहानी जरा सुन सुन सुन। उन मेरा नाम है उन मेरी कहानी जरा सुन सुन सुन। सबसे ज्यादा ऊन अपना देश उगाए, पर जरूरत की ऊन विदेशों से मंगवाए। 42 किस्म की भेड़ें होती है यहाँ, फिर अपनी जरूरतें क्यों ना पूरी कर पाए। उन मेरा नाम है उन चरवा है मेरी पुकार जरा सुन। तू जान ले मेरे है फायदे अनेक, मुझे कचरे की पेटी में देना मत फेंक, मुझे कचरे की पेटी में मत देना फेंक। बालू मामा की राह पे चलेंगे हम, दिखा देंगे दुनिया को हमारी ऊन में कितना है दम।
हमें हर कदम बचाए, चलो कदम बढ़ाए, उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए, चलो कदम बढ़ाए, उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए, चलो कदम बढ़ाए, उस ऊन को बचाए जो ऊन हमें हर कदम बचाए, चलो कदम बढ़ाए, उस ऊन को बचाए।
So that's amazing. So it's very important for you to know that the average age group of kids.
अच्छा लग रहा है आपको ये पगड़ी बहुत सही है।
So the average age group was 24, 25. So all of them who were working, they were all students. Some of the artists, art students became engineers, engineers became artists. So it was a mela of convergence of talent and spirit. So, you know, I have huge respect for the Gen Z people, because when they determine to do something, they go out and with what focus. And that's something that I don't see. You know, I know people say that you guys are, stuck to phones and all those things. But I have seen tremendous amount of energy when you all come together and decide on making a difference and achieving something. You just go full hog. And for this film, we won the Annecy Award after 10 years, which is like the Oscar for 10 years ago when we won, nobody knew, but now people knew about it. And I was very happy that one of the interns who used to work with us, she had her film or a pitch at Annecy, and this time I couldn't attend Annecy because of some other commitments in India. And she went and received it on our behalf, and it was a great honor, and I feel we are setting the stage for the younger generation to go up there and win awards. And I have this moment to share with you.
Pour un film de commande. The jury award for a commissioned film.
The jury award for a commissioned film goes to Desi Loon by Suresh Ariel.
पूजा करते हैं लोग, उन्हें संतों
behalf of the team to collect this. I think Desi Woon is a testimony of the magic and the hard work that goes behind every frame of stop motion, right from the production, scripting, research, animation, set, props, music, everything. So thank you, Annecy. Thank you, team, for this recognition, and thank you from India.
Yeah, so that was a momentous time for her and for all of us. And then there was a post that was going around after that. And I really felt it was probably the reason my parents didn't push me. I pushed for IIT. I studied for IIT. But I got through NID, and I remember after giving the interview, I was not very sure. At every point, my father was there with me, and I told him, Acha, this time I'm trying, next time I'll get for sure. So at every time I reassured him that don't be disappointed if I don't get through. And I went back to Kerala to write my JEE, Joint Entrance Examination for IIT, because that is what I was studying for 2 years, last 2 years, 11th and 12th. And first day's exam was over, and my impatient father couldn't stop, but he called up NID and found out that I got admission. And that evening I got the news, and next day's entrance I didn't go, because I was so much in love with that campus. I think like DJ AD, we had a lot of peacocks there. And I fell in love with the campus when I went for the interview itself. And I think the one thing I would like to say is parents, if they don't push any career option on children, it's much better. In my case, my parents didn't know what could be a career option that I could go for. But they never said that, go for this or that. And I think that made me more responsible. And I didn't have to blame anyone for my failure, but I had someone to thank for my wins. And yeah, that is on that note, I want to stop my presentation. I had one chapter of me meeting Miyazaki-san that I wanted to share with you, but I think I will skip that. And I want to thank all of you and to give you one last message that I think you should all think of being like a sponge. A sponge, like the way Sarita was also talking about. It is very solid at a cellular, molecular level, but it is porous, and it is extremely flexible. It can soak in so much. And I feel whenever you are in a space, be a sponge, but be sure where you are. If a sponge is in sewage, then it will soak in that water. But if you are in great water, you'll be soaking in great water, and you'll be even emanating, radiating much better nutrients and minerals outwards. And that's what we need. So you all need to be very, very sure about where you are and what you're doing. And I hope you make the right choices and be a sponge, because stories and things, inspiration is all around us. It's the same for all of us. But who is a sponge, who absorbs it first, who does something with that first, makes a big difference. And on that note, I want to conclude my talk. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. In case I'm going to be around tomorrow, I'll be definitely talking to you all, interacting with you in an informal sort of gathering, I hope. And if you have some questions, we can definitely. I think I've gone way over, but I had to share. I asked you, are you ready for it? Yeah? Lights, maybe? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh Ariat, for such an inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. I'm sure there are many questions from the audience. May I request Ms. Sarita Sundar to kindly moderate the Q&A session?
And please feel free to ask questions, because yeah, like Sarita said, I may look like a dinosaur, but I don't really bite people. So you can feel free, and I would be most happy to answer your questions.
Do a little bit of a turn. So, incredible, Suresh. I think every time I've seen one of your presentations, I've enjoyed it. Every time I've seen one of your films, I see something new. I'm not going to spend too much time with my questions. I'll just start with just one set of rapid fire questions. I know you're not terribly fond of it, but...
It works now. Yeah, it's working.
So, shall I shoot?
Yeah.
So, rapid fire, okay? First one. What's the most difficult medium that you worked with? Clay, sand, wool, anything else?
People.
People. Okay.
All the others don't bite back, and they don't. People have attitudes. Materials don't.
Dosa or appam?
That is very difficult.
Okay.
Dosa.
Dosa?
Yeah.
Okay. That's because you're in Coimbatore.
Yeah. Dosa in Coimbatore is much better.
Okay, yeah. Mumbai or Tripunithra?
Oh, man. Tripunithra.
Wow. Okay. Favorite Malayalam film?
Oof. Very difficult, but there are several of them. I can't.
Top of your head, any of them?
I like Elipatayam.
Elipatayam. Elipatayam, by the way, was made by Adur Gopalakrishnan. Some of you don't know. Okay. Tea or coffee?
Both are banned. So
Nilima?
Both are banned. No.
Spirited Away on My Neighbor Totoro.
Spirited Away.
Wow, that came fast.
Yeah.
Okay. How many of you know about these films? Spirited Away? Oh, wow. Look at those hands. Okay. Favorite Tamil film?
Oh, there are several. Nayagan.
Okay.
The old one.
There you go. Okay. Most sung classical music raga?
Maybe Hindolam.
Hindolam.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that on your Spotify list?
No.
You don't use Spotify?
No, I don't.
Okay. Favorite Bollywood film?
These are very tough questions.
Yeah, it's so easy. Just one film after the other.
Oh. No, I can't.
You can't?
No.
Okay, no problem. Would you mind humming a small raga for us, or anything? I know I've put you on a spot, but I did ask your wife for permission before I asked you.
I'll have to put Tanpura and all that. Anyway, I'll just hum something.
Thank you.
Pibare Ramarasam Rasane Pibare Ramarasam Pibare रामरसं रसने पिबरे रामरसं पिबरे रामरसं
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, and I've just got one question before I open out to the audience. So this is a small comment that you had made, and I came across it, and I'm curious to know a little bit more about it. So it says, AI is a threat not just to artists, but to culture itself. Could you elaborate a bit on this? I'd like to understand in the context of what might also be of relevance to students today.
See, that was a different perspective. When you're talking about art, and if people depersonalize art, and I feel art is a capsule that carries embedded culture within. And if people look at AI to make their art, and if that becomes the popular way of art and not the artists are not encouraged anymore, then art could probably vanish. If everyone takes convenience over effort that one has to put in from one's own side, then it can be a threat, because especially in a country like India, where art is not considered as the most important aspect, while you clearly know that in the more developed sort of countries, art is preserved, respected, artists are respected because they carry those messages of a culture or the transformation they would like to see in a society. So now if that is mechanized, and no individual points of view are embedded in it, then I think it will have an impact on the cultural fabric of civilization.
Would you ever get tempted to use AI?
I use AI a lot.
You use AI, and
as
you
a tool.
use it as a
I use it
strategy.
as a tool.
Okay.
So I don't discourage anybody from using it, but I discourage mindlessly being. It numbs our thinking. It numbs our cognitive skills because we get so dependent and by the easiness with which you can use it, which may deplete our intelligence and conscious way of doing things. And that is a danger that I see that would become very popular, because many people would be using AI for that usage than actually using it as an aid or a tool. That's where I feel, yeah.
I think that makes sense. Can we open out to questions? Do we have any questions from the audience?
Good morning. Good evening, sir.
Hi.
I'm from Alapi.
Okay.
So I really want to become a storyteller,
Right.
whether it's any medium. I want
mean,
to become
Alapi
a-
itself is a great place to start. My
Yeah.
father is from there.
Yeah.
So I think you have that roots.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I'm budding my stage, like how to observe. I'm learning to observe.
Right.
So you are having this much experience, 40, I don't know the experience.
14 years, I mean, 28 years of
Yeah.
experience.
So
I look like that.
So in the experience, look, how you trained your observation, like how you structured your observation to connect something which is not even connected, like while watching something or while seeing something.
Right.
How you connect two entirely different things, and how you construct art from it.
Right. No, so it's not rocket science. I think it's a matter of practice. Basically, when you're going in a train or a bus, when you start seeing people as subjects and, without, as a spectator and as a conscious observer, I mean, you just see, and if you can recollect what you saw or record it in some medium, for example, you draw or you write about them, then it gets imprinted in your brain as a memory that is usable. Otherwise, you see things and it is discarded away immediately. But if you kind of record certain things on a daily basis, I journal, I write about things that I've seen, and it becomes a habit. And then, you know, experiences start triggering things, and when you see another incident, and you see a rickshaw, and then you see a fisherwoman, you kind of mix both of them and make a film. And then you know, themes can come out like that, because you are able to, all these are live, you know, they're like corals, live corals in your brain, and you can connect them. The synapses will like really make sure that, you know, that practice of engaging and calling them is a practice. It will happen automatically. It's like when you are writing a story, it is a skill with which you are writing, and thoughts and new nuances just start flowing into it. When you are drawing, you may start with an objective of where you want to reach, but you may reach somewhere else as well, because you are that medium, you are actually bringing your brain to actually, you know, leak and give you very interesting imaginations, and this becomes a tool of practice, and it's an exit form. So your release is probably with writing or drawing or taking voice notes. Some people can take voice notes, and you become very articulate as you are recording it, and that is also a good way to do it. But if you imprint it somehow, then it becomes a usable sort of an idea. From an observation, mere observation, it becomes an idea that becomes alive. I mean, this is what I have. I can put it in a very you know, to do sort of in like in a, you know, it's like everyone can do sort of a way. I'm simplifying it, but it's a practice, and I'm just trying to kind of construct a methodology for your sake. But probably this is what I'm doing. I cannot really, and also design process is a method where you research and understand. For every project, you need to go into depths of facets of that project and different sides of it. And you always look at the sides that are not explored, and that becomes your inspiration, because everybody sees things in one similar way. But then how do you see the other side which people haven't, you know, taken observation of? That's when you can present something in a fresh way. So none of our ideas are original. It's always the connection probably is original. The connection that you may make is the original connection, but references are all the same, and it is always referenced from nature, from people, observation, books, cinema, everything.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Suresh, this is Balan.
Yeah,
I have a question with relevant to industry perspective.
Right.
India is a country with small, medium-scale industries, and manufacturing is yet to, you know, come to a pedestal where, you know, big players or G7 or G20 is doing. So we are a service nation.
Right.
So for small, medium-scale industries to build their own product and market, animation, I do not know whether it will be a cost-effective tool, or it could be adapted to market the product in a cost-effective manner. So Indian atmosphere, Indian environment, this ecosystem still I do not know is competent or capable to do. But we are looking for such solution which could be cost-effective, because budget for marketing and promotions is not like what the developed nations do, we do in India. So your thoughts on that?
I think any medium can be used to tell it, as long as you have an interesting way to tell the story. I think the medium comes later, but the way you want to tell the story, how you want to uniquely talk about your product to entice your customers is most important. If that is what we help crack people. So when we help you, okay, this is the cost, because we are designers, we are not artists who do everything at only one price, right? So we look at what is your budget, what is the objective, and then one can find a solution, and that's what designers are for. So, and then you will also understand how the efficacy would be if you do it in a particular way. And it's pretty much researched, and you do it without, it's not a instinctive sort of a thing. It's more a process-oriented approach. So like how you come up with a product in an industry, thinking that there is a demand for it. Even when you are creating a product to market that entity, you will have to come up with an innovative solution to tell that, attract the customers in that sort of a manner.
I think also today we've got different types of media that you can outcome into. So, and they are quite cost effective now. So even social media is a very easy tool to market things. And there is a democratization of tools and skills that is possible. So I think if one sort of balances the two, there's a good way to actually approach it. There were some questions here. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. I am from Staines. I have inspired from your drawings and arts. I have drawn you.
Wow.
Can we show it on the screen?
Screen might be difficult, huh?
Can't show it on the screen. Oh, okay. You can't take a photo and show.
Wow. Very nice, sir. Lovely drawing.
It's at the back of a... Very nice, really. There's a question there.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. My name is Manish Kumar. Thank you, sir, for such an engaging talk. Incidentally, my brown number is 80, but I am from North India. Sir, I just, when you spoke about your dream of India being a superpower in animation.
Yeah.
I actually, I'm not able to visualize, like, how will that superpower of animation look like? Like, is it quantity? Is it quality? Basically, what I'm trying to understand is what needs to be done or what needs to happen for India to be considered a superpower of animation, and who is the superpower today, and how are we different from that country?
No, so basically, it is, if Indian stories, the way, I'm looking at Japanese anime as a reference here. So anime was created for Japanese people with limited drawings, because they couldn't afford to do elaborate drawings like Disney. But they wanted to create animated content of their own. And they created it for themselves. And today, and they have evolved in the storytelling in such a way that today it is, people around the world, they love anime. And they have become and they don't have capacity to make it even now. So they kind of come to us, India, and they are asking us to help, create institutes or something that can create anime artists. But that is, the point is, they have achieved something, a product of their own. But what if we create our own stories? We have such rich diversity of stories in our country. And we are blessed with, in one way, see, if you want to, it's a way you look at it. I think India is blessed with diversity. Our languages, our people consume so many different things. And Japanese or Chinese, they are all pretty homogeneous in that sense. They are united by one language. And that makes their, of course it makes the market viability much better. But the richness that India has with the stories, if we can animate it, and I'm not saying in one style or something, if the animated stories become popular internationally, first nationally, if our own people, like out of 1.4 billion people, if say 2% or 5% of Indian population watched Indian animated content, and we groomed good animation filmmakers here, then this is a bigger market than the Europe put together. So that is my vision, to actually make people watch Indian animation, nurture Indian animation filmmakers, so that we have great content for us first, and then it will be consumed by others eventually. So that is it's an evolutionary thing. I mean, they must have taken 60, 70 years to reach where they have reached today. And for us, we need to be conscious about it. And we've been talking to policy makers and everyone about this agenda. But somehow, right now, what is paying is the outsource model of service business. So that is what people are leaning towards, which creates a latency, and it's because of that sort of inertia to shift gears and start creating. We are used to getting job work from outside, and we are doing it. That makes our talent also pretty numb. They are also pretty rusted. They don't think films anymore. So those are my concern points. We need to make our animators just not skilled people. It's not like we are creating carpenters. What we are doing is we are teaching. Most of the institutes are teaching typing, for example. You're creating typists, but typists will never become writers, right? So if you're looking at creating education, and if you're nurturing people to be thought leaders, that will help this bigger cause, is what my deal is. And we ourselves are doing it in our studio in very limited number, but we want to scale that in much bigger way to nurture more people, and them creating content will make Indian people watch good content. And so it's not like one product, it's a whole galaxy of products that we need to make from India. And that's how I'm seeing it. And it's possible if everyone works in some sort of an alignment.
Yeah, I think that's possibly true in this field of IT also.
Yeah.
A lot of our work in IT has been very, very production oriented,
Right.
and sort of factory flow oriented. And the creativity is still unfortunately coming from the West. So
Yeah.
there are, of course, a few sparks, and I think at that level it's education at the high school level, at the primary school level, that we have to sort of inspire people to be confident about their creative, that other side of the brain. I think that would be what I was very inspired by, and I shared this image yesterday with you, Dr. Lalita, of some students here at Mani School who were creating a solar-powered sort of a vehicle. And I thought it was just refreshing to see people just tinker, put things together, and it was an actually moving solar-powered vehicle. So,
Yeah.
We've got the photo of our drawing up there, so thank you very much.
So it's very nicely done. Drawing.
Do we have any more questions?
A warm good evening, sir. Sir, I actually have two questions.
Okay.
So, first one is the way of giving importance. Speaker. Sorry, the speaker.
Yeah.
Actually, the way of giving importance from today paint and arts is totally different from the ancient paints and ancient arts. We are preserving them in museum. We are more like a Mona Lisa painting. But these time, same authors are able to do that much of artists. But why are we differencing them? We are valuable that one, but we are not valuing today artists and today paintings. Why?
You're saying Mona Lisa is more costly than what we make today?
No, sir. But people think they are being in a museum. They will think that it's more valuable. It's more precious.
You're saying things that are kept in a museum is more precious, and things that you do at home is not.
I don't mention that one, sir. But
Then?
the things, it is able to being in a museum because people came there and see and say, oh, this is one of the oldest painting.
Right. So what's the question? So
Question, the way of giving importance, it's changing because in old paintings we are giving more importance. But today, now authors and now paintings, we are not giving that much of importance.
you're saying current painters and artists' work is not given as much importance as the old ones. So old one it's a legacy thing, no? So it has art becomes more valuable with the story attached with it, not for the artwork. So that is a very important thing to remember, that how you make it, how you derived it, and what story is there behind an art makes it more valuable. So with time, an art piece becomes even more valuable because it gathers a lot more, like dust. It also gathers a lot of stories. So it becomes a legacy product. And when you are making something fresh, there are several geniuses, young contemporary artists also, whose works are shown in galleries and museums. But to reach there, there is a journey. It's never a fluke thing. So even for what Picasso's paintings are so costly, and but he's spent years, and like 70, 80 years he spent to nurture that art. So that's the value that an artwork has. So when if somebody is doing the contemporary artist is doing something, there are people who give value. I'm not really getting the value. It will gather more value as time goes. Time only gives the value, but it never goes out of date. It doesn't get outdated ever. That's the beauty of art. The artist must have died and decomposed and become soil, but the art still, appeals to people, and it has value.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Though today, the art industry in India is one of the fastest growing industries. So art in India is doing well.
Yeah.
So don't worry about it. I think okay, one last question.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Abhinav Suresh.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry I was moving slow. All the juice I drank wants to really...
Sorry?
It's really cold and all the juice I drank really wants to go.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, speaking of motivation, as an artist and a person of passion, I want to ask you, have there been days where you just wanted to quit and due to a lot of circumstances, and how do you keep yourself motivated to do what you really want to do, especially when you're trying to make this as a profession?
So I think goals keep you motivated. So and I'm not saying they're carved in stone, but when you're doing something, you want to make it happen. So there will be a lot of struggle on the way. It is never a cakewalk for any of the works that one has done. So, and it will never be also. So it is how you prioritize and choose your battle. So where do you want to where do you want to compromise? Where do you want to accept failures? Where do you want to negotiate? And okay, this is a given, so I have to wade through this stage to get to the better stage later. So it's a negotiation that you do, because there is a goal at the end of the process, at the end of the timeline. So the motivation should be what you're trying to achieve at the end of the day. So that keeps you going. And with that, you will also kind of encourage an environment around you, which is also pretty encouraging, So that is because you yourself is motivated by what you're trying to do. So that motivation will be pretty infectious with others in the team. So then you will not. But yeah, it is sometimes, in a business, when it becomes a business. I didn't intend to make it into a business, but I wanted to make film, and business is a byproduct. But sometimes that aspects of business and other things may make you feel a little fatigued. But then you look at the larger picture.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
I think on that note, we'd like to end. I think that's a good sort of note to end on, to look at the larger picture and sort of look at the bigger goal that we've got and work towards it. So thanks again,
You're
Suresh.
most welcome.
That's so nice of you.
Thank
to come
you,
and spend
everyone. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for all the patience, and you've been a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you for the engaging discussion. I now invite our respected Dean, Mr. Vaidyanathan Ramasamy, to deliver the vote of thanks and share a few words about what lies ahead for this institute.
Good evening, everyone. As we come to the close of this memorable occasion, it is my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of DJ Academy of Design, Coimbatore. This evening marks a significant milestone in our journey as we unveil the new identity of DJ AD, an identity that reflects not only who we are today, but also who we aspire to become in the years ahead. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Suresh Ariat, for graciously accepting our invitation and for being a part of this important moment in the re-envisioning of this first design institute in South India. Your presence has been truly added meaning and inspiration to this occasion, and we deeply value your time, insights, and encouragement. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our Honorable Chairman and Managing Director of LMW, Mr. Sanjay Jayawardena, whose visionary leadership and steadfast commitment laid the foundation for DJ Academy of Design. His belief in the power of design education and his continuous encouragement have inspired generations of young designers to think creatively, responsibly, and confidently about the future. I also wish to express our deep appreciation to our respected trustee, Dr. Lalita Devi Sanjay Jayawardena, for her unwavering support, trust, and belief in the institution and its people. Her guidance and encouragement continue to motivate us to redefine and reposition DJAD as a future-ready institution, one that is committed to creating meaningful and positive change in Indian society through design. My sincere thanks to Mr. Michael Foley, Mr. Niels Schoenfelder, and Mr. Jasjeet, members of our governing council, for their thoughtful insights and valuable guidance in shaping our academic direction. Their contributions have helped strengthen our academic framework and have reinforced our collective commitment to the goal of establishing DJAD as one of the premier design institutes in the country. I would also like to thank Mr. Soundararajan, our Chief Strategic Officer, for his constant guidance, clarity of thought, meticulous attention to detail. His unwavering support has played a crucial role in aligning our vision and strategy as we take DJAD towards new heights of excellence. My heartfelt thanks to Ms. Sarita, our academic advisor, for her continuous and generous contributions. Drawing from her many decades of experience as a professional designer and passionate academician, she has been instrumental in shaping our approach to contemporary and meaningful design education. I would like to acknowledge and thank management of Money School for their support and cooperation in making this event possible. Your partnership and assistance are greatly appreciated. I would like to thank Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and Coimbatore chapter, and Young India, members of the media, all the distinguished guests, well-wishers, and supporters who have joined us today from various walks of life. Your presence and encouragement mean a great deal to us. A special word of thanks to DJAD faculty and staff, whose dedication, commitment, and hard work form the backbone of this institution. And most importantly, to our students, you are the heart of DJAD. Your curiosity, creativity, and passion give true purpose to everything that we do. Before I conclude, I would like to share a brief glimpse of the future we envision for DJ Academy of Design. As we move ahead, we firmly committed to continuous improvement and to upholding the highest standards of education. Guided by the lessons of our past, we are proactively shaping the next phase of our journey, aligned with a renewed purpose and redefined goals. With clear priorities and focused initiatives, we are strengthening our academic and institutional foundations to build a more agile and a future-ready DJAD. DJAD Academy of Design is founded and nurtured by LMW Group of Industries, creating a strong and meaningful industry-academia partnership. This unique aspect, a close integration, offers our students valuable opportunities to engage with real-world industry needs, learn from live projects, and test their design solutions against the real-world requirements. Such exposures enable students to understand practical challenges, develop professional rigor, and graduate as industry-ready designers equipped to respond confidently to market needs. Our design-led learning environment continues to evolve, supported by strong teaching practices and essential facilities. We are in the process of expanding our team through new faculty hires and upgrading our studio and learning spaces to better support hands-on experiential learning. We remain deeply committed to a pedagogy that responds to real societal needs while staying aligned with emerging and future-oriented design practices. Our goal is to nurture designers who are not only skilled professionals but also responsible thinkers and change makers. I warmly invite all of you to be part of this exciting journey of one of the oldest design institutes in South India, DJ Academy of Design Coimbatore, as we step confidently into the future with renewed identity and a shared vision. Thank you once again to everyone who made this event meaningful and memorable, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for being a part of DJD's new identity launch and making the evening truly memorable. Your presence has added great value to this occasion. We appreciate your support and wish you a wonderful evening ahead. We'll now move into a photo session. May I request representatives from Trust, the Governing Council members, our guests Suresh and Neelima Ariat, Tonic House, our Dean and Academic Advisor, to join us on stage with the new logo. The session is closed.